His skillful diplomacy and adept negotiation strategies were instrumental in navigating some of the complexities of our nation's history. Just as Odysseus contemplated the echoes of his actions, we too must consider the indelible mark that Geingob leaves on the pages of Namibian history. Generations yet unborn shall inquire about the man who was a fierce debater, a master negotiator, and more so loved in his country with great fervor. President Geingob can be remembered at midwifing our national constitution. What an honor that he was to this country, that during a difficult time, he could get it right in a passage of less than 80 days to create a respected Bill of Rights that is respected globally. That is the man we are eulogizing today. President Geingob shall be remembered by me, who had the honor to oppose him, to hold his government accountable for the last 9 years, as a man who nearly single-handedly convinced our country that we must take on the European Union and renegotiate the EPAs. He did it. And that is the acumen of a man I am eulogizing today. In honoring Geingob's memory, let us recognize that his actions, like those of Odysseus, transcend the immediate present. His name shall endure, and strangers in the future will hear of his deeds, pondering the character of the leader who was present for many historical events in our nation's young history. Fellow mourners, in this solemn moment as we bid farewell to my dear elder brother, I wish to extend my deepest condolences to you, my sister, Madam Monica Geingob. And I want to start my statement by saying this to you, my dear sister. The burden you carry during this period of profound loss is undoubtedly immense. And it is with sincere sympathy and empathy that I acknowledge the strength and resilience you have exhibited as the pillar of your family, navigating the intricate responsibility of being a matriarch of the Namibian house was not an easy feat. And your steadfastness during these challenging times has not gone unnoticed. The sacrifices you made and the strength you displayed for the sake and support you provided throughout your marriage. I knew Dr. Geingob very well, and I knew when he was happy. And I can testify in front of all the millions of our people, Hage was happy around Monica, all the time. As we collectively mourn his loss, I want you to know that my wife and I are profoundly proud of you. Your resilience, dignity, and unwavering support have been a source of inspiration to many during this challenging time. I say this to you. You took a ceremonial office of First Lady, and you conducted yourself that even politicians started to wait what you're saying. And that is the character of the woman you displayed in this country. We are proud of you, Monica Geingob. As we navigate the tempest of loss, we turn to the words of William Shakespeare, who encapsulated the essence of our shared sorrow, when he said the following, and I quote, "When he shall die, take him and cut him out in the little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun," quote unquote. In the tapestry of our nation, President Geingob's legacy shines as a constellation, a guiding light that has shaped the fabric of our identity. His dedication to the nation-building project will forever remain etched in our collective memory. President Geingob often spoke of the test of our nation being in its unity, particularly during the unprecedented periods in our history. Today we find ourselves at such a juncture, facing daunting challenges that define our era. It is during these trying times that the unity he championed becomes not just a test, but a beacon, guiding us through the storm. Fellow mourners, President Geingob on the political theater. President Geingob could certainly be difficult at times, and he made me very, very angry. And I'm sure I also made him very, very angry on the many positions that we took. But President Geingob conducted a political transactional currency of the highest level, that we could disagree as compatriots of one country for months, but we would always view each other as compatriots We had respect for one another. We were not condescending. We had differences, acrimonious differences politically that ought to be in a country. But one thing was, Geingob was a patriot to this country. And he knew that his opposing Namibians were also compatriots. And for that, I shall forever hold him very dear. President Geingob and I shared a brief friendship in the earlier years of our careers. I was a young man, went to Parliament at the age of 26. He was the chief whip of his party, I was the chief whip of my party. And this is where the camaraderie started. I don't want to waste time, but I want to bring these small moments in our lives that I will forever cherish as an elder brother. He was a bridge builder of all times. When it was not a common thing in this country for opposing leaders to become personal friends, Hage Geingob made friends with the opposition. We could go to his house, he could call our homes. We had friendship that the country was not even realizing why he was doing that. But he was a bridge builder. For that, I shall forever remain indebted to him. One day, we took a flight, myself and him. He was the chairman of the Economics Committee, and he made that committee so powerful. And he wanted the best a la creme of parliamentarians to be part of that committee. Long story short, we landed, took a very light aircraft, was seated next to me. We went to Kunene South in the conservancy areas. Dr. Topia Upindi reminded me of this story. He was the managing director of one company called Wilderness Safari or something. So they took us on a ride to see the fauna and flora of the area and to see the animals. Myself, President Geingob, our Foreign Minister Pierre Mushelenga, jumped on a car that was open. And as we were traversing, we saw a very stray elephant. And this elephant was charging on the car that we were seated in. Typical Geingob. You see, you want us to get killed. We have better assignments to do in the future. Turn this car, let's go back. So we went back. So when we arrived later years, you, Venani, you were brave that day. But had you not been, for me, you wouldn't have even been the opposition leader of this country. You would have been dead by now. Ha ha ha. He would laugh. Above all, the man was a man of principle and code. He had a set of public virtues that brought strength and purpose to his life and to our country. He was a very honest man, even when it offended others. He would take a position, like it or not. Hage would take a position. You knew where you stood with him on any matter. Of recent, he took on Germany on the question of Israel and the Namibian genocide. I must say, this man was a man of principle, a worthy opponent, a critical debater, but a man who would always hold hand. I see with great started by our second president, President Pohamba. Our people are expecting that Namibian-German case of genocide to be settled. We plead to you when you go back that on the negotiating table, create a respectable deal on behalf of our people, create an honorable deal so that we close this chapter and move on going forward. Namibia is better for his presence amongst us. The world is smaller for his departure, and we will remember him as he was, unwavering and towering. We will remember his husky voice, his jovial smile and laughter. As friends, when the political temperatures went high, my dear sister Monica would toss us one side at state events. The two of us had a weakness not to look like our problems. So Monica would ask, Hage and McHenry, who is better dressed today? She would be on the floor. Because Hage will start saying, obviously Hage, how can this young man dress better than me? That is the man who was Hage, always jovial and making jokes when it comes to easy time. We will remember his composure. We will remember that he brought a sense of calm to an office ever so serious. I recall during the COVID-19 pandemic, if I have to write about Hage Geingob, that was his best years of being a leader of this country. Hage was conducting these family meetings, alcohol prohibited. Alcohol prohibited. Hage would share, often on WhatsApps, on the conditions of the COVID-19, but how he demonstrated leadership during that difficult time, it was something to be emulated. Of course, he was not a perfect man. Hage never knew how to console someone. Oh my goodness. During COVID-19, I was in ICU. My sister dies, and just as I leave ICU, Hage calls. Yeah, my young brother, you must know people die. I'm like saying Big G. I used to call him Big G. How do you start? Like, well, I know what has happened to you, but people do die. You must just be strong. Continue. That is Hage. That is the man we are honoring today. Shall I say, death, have thee no shame. Death, have thee no shame. We have been robbed of one of our brightest minds, not just our generation, but also in our history. We have been gripped by loss that affects every household in this great republic. This is not just the death of a public figure. It feels personal. Hage's death is felt everywhere in our country. The elders, the young, everyone, even people from various political parties, everybody is saying our leader has gone. That is the man that he was. I've always respected his views on the free media, and that he allowed the media to have a full day with him. He would be questioned on anything that he does, right or wrong, personal or no personal. Hage would be on the front lines, and that's how he treated the media. I'm sure the media will miss him dearly. I will miss him dearly because our politics was very loud. Hage would disagree with us very loudly. He would always watch parliamentary debates every day. And if Venani is scoring the goals, he would call certain people, I don't want to name their names. And when they come back, you see that they're hitting. When they're hitting back, I know it's the instruction comes from State House. At this juncture, we must envision a future guided by the principles of unity, service, and unwavering commitment to our nation. The challenges we face demand decisive leadership and steadfast dedication to our defining values. Inspired by Geingob's legacy, current and future generations must walk the journey of serving the people. In commemorating him, we salute the work he has done for our country selflessly. As we navigate the path forward, we should continue to construct what he termed Namibian House, that is steadfast, committed to the eradication of divisive elements. Tribalism, racism, regionalism, and any other forms of discrimination must find no place within our national narrative. Together as a united country, we must seek to mitigate the challenges that lies ahead, fortified by the values that President Geingob's leadership defined. Furthermore, our commitment to high transactional currency has saved our politics. We are one country that has done very well in terms of our democratic credentials. It's not a perfect house, but we are building that house knowing that as citizens, we must continue to support and help a country before politics. Namibian first, country first, politics second, and that is the mantra of the political currency that I and him continue to engage in. We must seize this moment to reaffirm our collective commitment, combating the persistent challenges of underdevelopment, unemployment and inequality and to identify our efforts in laying the foundations for a Namibia that epitomizes goodness and justice. In bidding farewell to President Geingob, let us draw solace to his favorite word in the Bible, Psalm 34, verse 18. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. May these verses offer solace and assurance as we navigate the path ahead in honoring President Geingob. Finally, as we lament a life well
the heart of Namibia, a legend emerged. The people's president, a man larger than life. He possessed a presence that extended beyond what met the eye. To truly grasp his impact, one had to be in his presence. He was a man of many facets, a people's person, a farmer, a seasoned diplomat, a family man, a straight talker, a lover of sports, a true gentle giant. Born under a tree on a farm, his journey led him to become the first Prime Minister and the third democratically elected president of the...
I would like to invite Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and of the Swapo Party, to make a statement on behalf of the Swapo Party. Your Excellency.
Salute, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you forever. Director of Ceremonies, Dr. Sarah Kuwongerwa Madira, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, Third First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, the children, and the entire bereaved family, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Mbumba, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, Your Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, Founding President of the Republic of Namibia and Madam Nujoma, Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia, Heads of and Madam Pohamba, Heads of international and regional organizations, Heads of delegation, in the interest of time, I sincerely request that I stand on the protocol established and to say, comrades, fellow Namibians, fellow mourners, under the glorious banner of freedom, solidarity, and justice, the Swapo Party family is grieved by the loss of our leader. We are nursing the deep and overwhelming pain of losing someone who was not only closer to us, but a valued member of our party, who dedicated his entire life to the cause of our revolutionary party and to the Namibian nation. It is therefore with a heavy heart and deepest sorrow that I stand here to bid farewell and pay tribute to one of the heroes of our liberation struggle. In human history, every country is bestowed and gifted with outstanding heroes and heroines, whose lives are embodied in the national tapestry of its political economic, and culture, as well as social and economic life. Namibia, too, is blessed with outstanding leaders, revolutionaries, and iconic giants who have made great contribution to the birth and the growth of our country. Our departed President, Comrade Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob, is one of those heroes. And it was not by mistake when the Swapo party deployed Comrade Geingob to the government and to the Namibian nation. And he did not let the party down. And this is demonstrated by the way the nation and the world is mourning him. From 1962, when he joined Swapo, up to the 4th February 2024, when the entire Namibian nation woke up to the devastating news of his pass. It marked a period of 64 years of solid and total commitment and dedication to the just cause of our genuine freedom and independence, and to the building of a united, peaceful, and inclusive Namibia. He was a leader born into a generation that fearlessly sacrificed for a free and independent Namibia. The Swapo party and our country has lost a revolutionary, a visionary, a touring hero. He was a divine gift bestowed upon Namibia and its people. Building on the foundation led by Comrade Dr. Nujoma, the founding president and the father of Namibian nation, and Comrade Pohamba, our second president, Comrade Geingob, focused on Namibia's social progress and economic emancipation. He championed unity of purpose and action among all Namibians. He strived for inclusive economic prosperity for all our people. His name will definitely remain engraved in the annals of the history of our country and, of course, that of Swapo party. Our departed president's contribution to the development and the growth of Namibia as a modern constitutional democracy leaves a visible permanent mark. He did not only contribute to the crafting of the democratic constitution of Namibia that he chaired, but also strive to promote its full application in all the areas of governance during his tenure of office as the first Prime Minister and the third President of the Republic of Namibia, the land of the brave. As Prime Minister, he championed the unification, modernization, and cultivation of a high-performance culture in the Namibian public service. His commitment and dedication to good governance is reflected in both the political and administrative architecture of our nation today. The direct access to his office by all citizens of our country through open and transparent engagement was immensely promoted, while the political and administration interface between the political principal and administrator was reinforced during his tenure of office. He was indeed a people's president. And that's why, as a country, for the past 3 weeks, we have been all in mourning. And memorial service were held even under a tree deep in the rural areas of our country. The nation mourning its leader, the nation mourning its loved one. During his presidency, Comrade Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob has initiated the Harambee Prosperity Plan, a comprehensive policy tool which is aimed at addressing the socio-economic development challenges facing the country and, of course, to fast-tracking the attainment of the goals enumerated in our long-term vision 2030. The 4 pillars in the Harambee Prosperity Plan, namely effective governance, economic advancement, social progression, infrastructure development, and international cooperation, represents his pioneering goal to bring about an inclusive prosperity for all Namibians. On the international front, our departed president leaves a legacy of a true champion of world peace and security, as well as equal sharing of prosperity among all nations of the world. His voice was vocal at various international fora, particularly the SADC, the African Union, the United Nations, and many others, for the promotion of multilateralism and equality among nations. The world was waiting with expectation for him, with his German counterpart present here today, to chair the UN Summit for the Future this year. Unfortunately, we will miss him. And the presence of many international guests here or mourners is a clear testimony that the world will miss him, particularly during the UN Summit for the Future. Fellow mourners, dear comrades, with the passing of our president, we will miss him, his parental caring and unifying character. His absence leaves a gap in our midst. As Swapo and as members of the entire Namibian House, of course, one of his ventures that he deeply upheld and promoted when he was alive was unity of purpose and action among all the people of Namibia. At the party level, Comrade Geingob advocated for the organic unit of the entire Swapo party leadership and the rank and the file. We will embrace and continue to promote his legacy in order to ensure that Swapo party remains a part of choice and a true political home for all Namibians. As we mourn his passing, let us rededicate ourselves and continue to emulate his exemplary deeds in the second phase of the struggle for economic independence. It is our belief that Comrade Geingob has joined others, gallant sons and daughters of our land, who have preceded him. May the revolutionary spirit of Comrade Geingob endure and many of our honors, and may we honor him by building a prosperous Namibia where generations will live in unity, peace, and harmony. Comrade Geingob has also invested a Namibian house that is united, peaceful, and inclusive. Let the current and the future generation of Namibia continue to draw inspiration from his legacy. And let us really build a Namibian house in which nobody should feel left out. Meme Monica Geingob, our third First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, the children, and the entire bereaved family. You have lost a husband. You have lost a father. You have lost an uncle. You have lost a grandpa. But I want to tell you, you have not lost a Namibia. You have not lost the Namibians. You have not lost the world. You have seen how many heads of state, first ladies, dignitaries who came to Casa Rosaria in the course of the 3 weeks. That's the assurance that you should have, that besides this dark crowd that befell in your house, you still have the people around you. And be hopeful. And as a family of Swapo Party, we are also there. And we will continue to say comrades when we are coming home. Therefore, at this point, allow me on behalf of Swapo Party leadership and the entire rank and file to extend our sincere heartfelt condolence on the passing of your dear husband, your dear father, and for us, our dear comrade, our beloved President, Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob. To you, Meme Monica, the children and the family, thank you for sharing Comrade President Geingob with the nation. Taking away from the family time, this we highly appreciate, and we will always remember it. We greatly share in your loss, and we only say, may the Almighty God console and strengthen all of you or us during this difficult period of mourning. Go well, Comrade Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob. Go well, our beloved President, our leader. Go well, our hero. Rest in perfect and eternal peace, Comrade Hage Godfrey Geingob. We salute thee, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you, comrade, we salute you. We salute you forever.
Thank you very much, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa. Very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President. I now move on to the next speaker, who is His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, second President of the Republic of Namibia, and I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Pohamba to present his tribute. Your Excellency.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of our Republic. Excellency, Madam Sus Mbumba, First Lady of our Republic. Excellency, Comrade Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President of our Republic, and the Lieutenant Epaphras Ndaitwa, the widow, Madam Monica Geingob, former First Lady, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellencies, former Heads of State and Governments, Your Excellency, distinguished heads of delegations, fellow mourners, permit me to stand on the established protocol. On Sunday, February 4th, the Namibian nation woke up to the horrifying and the painful news of the passing away of our President, Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob. I, for one, was shocked and deeply touched by this devastating news. The news of the death of our president, a leader who is a young man influenced by the political situation in the country at the time, took a conscious decision to join his fellow Namibians abroad who were fighting to liberate his motherland. We are here today to pay our final respect to a man who served his nation with passion during the dark days of our struggle for freedom and independence. A man who would serve as the first prime minister in an independent Namibia, and who went on to become the third president of the Republic of Namibia. I have known the late Comrade Hage for more than 60 years now. We met for the first time at a bus stop at a railway station in Chumeb in December 1962. On that day, Comrade Eliandela Matale and I were being deported to our native homeland. Upon our release from imprisonment that lasted several months, we were imprisoned for being out of the country without a permission. This was after we were arrested upon our return from Tanganyika, now the United Republic of Tanzania, in 1962. Dear mourners, Comrade Geingob left the country and joined Swapo office in the then Bechuanaland, now the Republic of Botswana, where he temporarily served as an assistant representative of Swapo during the period between 1963 and 1964, after which he left to study in the United States of America. In 1964, Swapo Party President Comrade Dr. Nujoma appointed Comrade Geingob to represent the Swapo Party while studying in the United States, and served as Swapo Party representative at the United Nations and to the Americas. During his tenure as Swapo Party representative at the United Nations, Comrade Geingob traveled extensively within the United States, addressing meetings, and he was, in most cases, accompanied by his fellow students, such as Comrade Hidipo Hamtenya, Comrade Theo Benigurirab, and others. These efforts contributed to massively the recognition of Swapo Party as the sole and authentic representative of the people of Namibia by the United Nations General Assembly, leading to, and that was after several years, the independence of Namibia in 1990. In 1975, Comrade Sam Nujoma, the president of Swapo Party, recommended for the appointment of Comrade Geingob to be director of the newly established United Nations Institute for Namibia. Comrade Geingob and his team were responsible for the establishing of the institution in Lusaka, Republic of Zambia. Swapo asked the United Nations and the members of the international community to establish an institution to train the young Namibians who were taught under the Bantu education in Namibia, which was not a proper education setup. The primary functions, that is Comrade Geingob and his colleagues, was to train cadres who would take over the civil service in independent Namibia. Yes, indeed, this had happened. Today, we have the Chief Justice of this country, Peter Shibote. We have Petros Damaset, Judge President. We have Martha Imara, Prosecutor General. We have Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs. We have Pendukeni Vulaitana, former Minister of Home Affairs. We have Inge Zamani Kamwe, Presidential Advisor. All these 7 people I have mentioned were trained, or they went through the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka. Director of Ceremonies, Comrade HAGE Geingob, served as Director of the United Nations Institute for Namibia until 1989, when he was reassigned to lead the Swapo party leaders back home. That included me. I was also in that group. Dear monarchs, after 27 years of absence from his motherland, Comrade Geingob and many of us finally returned home on the 18th of June, 1989, under the leadership of Comrade Geingob. In the same year, Comrade HAGE Geingob was elected by the Politburo of Swapo Party as Director of Elections to spearhead the Swapo's election campaign in the country. Along with his team, they set up election centers all over the country and led the electoral campaign that saw the Swapo Party win the majority in 1990. On 21st November 1989, Comrade HAGE was elected chairman of the Constituent Assembly, which was responsible for the formulation and drafting of the Namibian Constitution. It was a process of building mutual trust between the former warring parties. The Namibian Constitution was unanimously adopted by the Constituent Assembly on the 9th of February, 1990. On March 21st, 1990, Comrade Sam Nujoma, as new President of the Republic of Namibia, appointed Comrade HAGE as the first Prime Minister. In November 2007, the Politburo nominated Comrade HAGE as a candidate for the position of Vice President of Swapo Party. At the Congress Comrade HAGE was elected the vice president, unopposed, on 29th November 2007, after which, as second President of the Republic of Namibia, I appointed him Minister of Trade and Industry on April 2008. At the 2012 Swapo Party Congress, Comrade Hage Geingob was re-elected as Vice President on the 2nd December 2012. After the Congress, I appointed the Comrade Hage Geingob Prime Minister on December 4th, making him the first Prime Minister to serve under two presidents. Comrade Hage Geingob was the best administrator in public and government business in this country. His dedication earned him respect and admiration, not only among the Swapo party leadership, but also among the opposition parties, rank and file. Comrade Geingob was subsequently elected the President of Namibia by an overwhelming majority on the 28th November 2014. On 21st March 2015, I handed over the symbols of power to Comrade Hage Geingob as he was sworn in as Namibia's third president. At that time, I assured the Namibian nation that I am living in Namibia in good hands. I still believe that in Geingob, Namibia was in good hands, judging by what his administration has accomplished during the reign characterized by many challenges, such as economic downturn that affected the many economies in the world, drought, and floods, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Director of Ceremonies on the 18th of April 2015, the Central Committee of Swapo Party convened a meeting in Ongwediva, where, among other things, I tendered in my resignation as a Swapo Party president to allow the vice president to act until the next Congress, and thereby allowing him to have a full authority to manage both affairs of state and those of the Swapo Party. Following this development, the Central Committee organized a public meeting on the 19th of April, 2015, at the Osakati Soccer Stadium, during which I officially handed over the Swapo Party presidential instruments of power to the Swapo Party acting president, Comrade HAGE Geingob. Dear monarchs, the passing away of Comrade HAGE Geingob must remind us of the Peter Nanyembas, Tobias Hainyekos, and the many more freedom fighters who died fighting at the battlefront. It must remind us that the peace and the freedom that we enjoy in Namibia today was achieved. It was achieved through the bloodshed. President Geingob departed this earthly life at a time when he was still serving his country and the people as head of state and the government. As a freedom fighter, chairperson of the Constituent Assembly, minister, prime minister, president, and a political mentor to many. Comrade Geingob did indeed run a good race. His legacy should inspire us to continue to build from where he has ended, so that Namibia could continue on a positive trajectory in the fight against the challenges of economic development, unemployment, poverty, eradication, and the effective provision of public services. We cannot talk about the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia without mentioning the name Hage Godfrey Geingob, because of his leading role that he played at the birth of our republic. When we were drafting the Constitution, his efforts should therefore inspire us to rededicate ourselves to the values and ideals founded in our Constitution for the prosperity of our country and the people. Comrade Hage has left us too soon. There is a lot more that he could have done for our country and our people, should his fiscal health allow it. That notwithstanding, we recognize and value the countless contributions he has made towards the attainment of our freedom and independence, and to the social and economic development of our country. Our nation will remember him for his patriotic deeds and his contribution to the building of a new democracy after decades of subjugation and colonial brutality. Gentlemen, although Comrade Geingob is no longer with us, fiscally, his legacy will forever be remembered by Namibians whose lives were positively impacted by his deeds and by his wise leadership. Let us honor the legacy of Comrade Geingob by reinforcing the policy of national reconciliation, strengthening of our democratic institutions, maintaining peace and stability, and implementing policies that can bring about tangible improvement in the lives of all our people. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge and show my sincere appreciation and gratitude to you all, my fellow Namibian citizens, for your planning and the participation in the heartfelt memorial services for our late President Hage Geingob. In all our regions, cities, towns, and villages, I do this from the bottom of my heart. I thank you all. May my fellow citizens, to our former First Lady, Madam Monica Genkos, the children of the entire immediate and extended family, I would like to say, we share your sorrow, your pain, and your loss. Our hearts and our prayers are with you during this difficult, dark time. We wish you solace, strength, and consolidation during this moment. May the Almighty God give you strength to carry on. May the soul of our dear departed President, HAGE Geingob, rest in peace forever. Thank you.
Yes. There you go. Yes. At the back of the vehicle. Yes. 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 Same vehicle. Yeah. Tell you.
Excellencies, I would like first and foremost to appeal. I would like to appeal to that side there. There is too much noise there. I don't know whether you are listening. We want some order there, please. Your Excellency, Dr. Angola Mbumba, President, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Governments, fellow monarchs, I would like to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Sarah Kuongera Amadila, our Prime Minister, to deliver the statement of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kapofi, Co-Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency Dr. Angola Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madame Mbumba, Madam Monica Geingob, former First Lady, the children, and the entire Geingob family, Your Excellencies, heads of states and governments, current and retired, and all leaders of delegation, all protocol observed. I will read the tribute by His Excellency Dr. Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, on the occasion of the state funeral in honor of His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, national hero and third president of the Republic of Namibia. It goes as follows. Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Mbumba, First Lady, Madam Monica Geingob, former First Lady, the children and the entire Geingob family, Your Excellency, heads of state and government, past and present, Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President, and Madam Pohamba, former First Lady, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President and retired Lieutenant General Ndaitwa, Her Royal Highness Princess Anne of the British Royal Family, members of the Diplomatic Corps and other foreign dignitaries, allow me to stand by the protocol already established. We are gathered here not only to bid farewell to His Excellency Dr. Hage G. Geingob, the third President of the Republic of Namibia, but also to celebrate his heroic life and acknowledge his immense contributions to the attainment of our country's independence and nation building. The sad news of his untimely passing struck a deep and solemn note when I received a call shortly after midnight on Sunday, the 4th of February, 2024, from His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, informing me that President Geingob is no more. The last time I spoke to the late President Hage Geingob was when he called me on a day before he went for medical treatment abroad. On that occasion, I wish him a quick recovery and renewed strength to continue leading our country to greater heights of economic development and prosperity. As the nation collectively grieves this profound loss of a loving husband to his dear wife and a caring father to his children, our thoughts and prayers are with the widow, Madam Monica Geingob, former First Lady, the children, and the extended Geingob's family and clan at this difficult time. May you find solace in the knowledge that as a nation we share in your grief and join you in mourning our departed President Geingob. Fellow mourners, it is difficult to eulogize and vividly capture in words what makes a life and the essential truth of a person. However, having heard the many tributes that have been written over the past 3 weeks describing the late President Hage Geingob as a freedom fighter, a Pan-Africanist, and the chief architect of our Constitution and our governance architecture, I could not agree more with such description, as it is appropriate and fits him aptly. Indeed, it has been profoundly touching to witness how the news of his untimely passing united our nation in grief and sorrow. Similarly, the outpouring of love from all over the world is a testament to President Geingob's diplomacy of multilateralism when he said, "Namibia is a child of international solidarity and therefore a friend to all and an enemy to none." Against this background, the theme of this state funeral, which reads, "Inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict," is befitting as the late President Hage Geingob fervently advocated for our country's unity in diversity, reflecting our unique Namibian identity as opposed to our different ethnic identities, which he weaved together in a common tapestry through his mantra of the Namibian house, in which no one should feel left out. He will thus be remembered as a unifier because he embodied a politics that was not divisive, as he understood the immense power of unity and vehemently fought against tribalism. For those of us who knew him, those who worked alongside him, and those who loved him, it is unbearable that we will not see him again. We may have lost the commanding presence of a gentle giant and a roaring lion with the heart of a lamb, as well as the heavy accented tone of a towering figure, but his spirit will live on in the countless men and women that he mentored and trained over the years. Fellow mourners, the first time I met the late President Hage Geingob was at Leopoldville, Kinshasa in the Congo, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, when he joined us in exile in 1963 through Botswana, where he spent some time in a refugee camp before he left for the United States of America in 1964 to study at Temple University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, when he was granted a scholarship. Subsequently, he obtained a BA degree in political science from Fordham University in New York in 1970 and a master's in international relations at the New School for Social Research in 1974. I appointed him as Swapo representative at the United Nations and to the Americas when he was still a student, together with the late comrades Theoben Gurirab and Hidipo Hamtenya. Being a representative, he lobbied hard for the UN General Assembly's Resolution 2145 of 27th of October 1966 to terminate the mandate of South Africa over Namibia and reaffirm our people's inalienable right to self-determination, freedom, and independence. On my recommendation, the late President Hage Geingob was appointed director at the United Nations Institute for Namibia, UNIN, an educational body set up by the United Nations Council for Namibia in Lusaka, Zambia, on 26th of August 1976 to educate Namibians for roles in an independent Namibia. In 1989, he was appointed by the Swapo Central Committee to lead the Swapo election campaign as director, and I handed to him the Swapo flag during the implementation of the UN General Assembly's Resolution 435. In September 1989, after nearly 30 years in exile, when I returned to Namibia, I was received by the late President Hage Geingob in Windhoek. I recall that when I stepped down from the plane, he held high the same Swapo flag I had handed to him on 18th June 1989 and handed it back to me. After Swapo's historic landslide victory in the 1989 UN supervised elections, the Constituent Assembly elected Comrade Hage Geingob as its chairman. His task was not only to conduct the proceedings, but also to build confidence between diverse parties and previously warring enemies. He showed us painstakingly that he was a skillful negotiator who was not afraid to seek for compromises for the sake of a bigger goal. Because of this, he was highly praised for his skillful handling of debates, which proved instrumental in ensuring that our country's supreme law was drafted in a record time of only 3 months and unanimously adopted on the 9th of February 1990. I then appointed Comrade Geingob as our country's first Prime Minister to oversee the restructuring of the public service that was fragmented along racial and ethnic lines, and to put up the new governance architecture of an independent Namibia. He executed his role with diligence and with dedication. I was therefore not surprised when he was elected as Vice President of Swapo Party and eventually the 3rd President of the Swapo Party and of the Republic of Namibia. At this juncture, allow me to applaud the Namibian people for their calmness during the mourning period and for a seamless and peaceful transition of power. This is an indication that our democracy has matured and our state is stable because we have sound processes, systems, and institutions in place as envisioned by the late President Hage Geingob. In this regard, allow me to wholeheartedly convey good wishes to His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbuba for being sworn in as the 4th President of the Republic of Namibia when he filled the vacant post for the remainder of the term of office of the late President Hage Geingob in accordance with the provisions of the Namibian Constitution. In the same vein, allow me to extend my well wishes to Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah for her appointment as the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. Fellow mourners, in according a hero's funeral to the late President Hage Geingob, we are giving a richly deserved recognition to a national hero and 3rd President of the Republic of Namibia as a recipient of many international awards, including the Jose Marti Order, which will be conferred on him posthumously by our Cuban friends and comrades in arms with whom we shared trenches together with the Angolan FAPLA forces until the final historic battle of Quito Cuanavale. The late President Hage Geingob is also a recipient of Namibia's highest award when he was conferred the most ancient order of the Welwitschia Mirabilis, and thus he deservedly enters the pantheon of Namibia's heroes and heroines. We will miss his towering presence in the corridors of the UN, the AU, and the SADC headquarters and summits, as well as at State House. But let me say to the young people of our country and Africa at large that they too can make his life's work their own. The late President Hage Geingob hails from humble beginnings, and the white minority colonial regime of South Africa thought that he will live a life of servitude because he was a child of farm laborers. However, life had a different destiny for him to endure a life of service, but not to any master other than to the struggling masses of the Namibian people, and he rose through the ranks to the highest office in the land of the brave. Looking at the scope of his accomplishments and the admiration that he so rightly earned, he has shown us that he earned his place in history through struggle and unrelenting spirit, and that is why we learned so much from him, and we can still learn from him. He taught us the importance of reason and arguments and the need to study not only those you agree with, but also those you do not agree with. As he used to say, you do not make peace with your friends, but with your enemies. In addition, he demonstrated that action and ideas are not enough, no matter how right. They must be molded into processes, systems, and institutions. Furthermore, he always demanded the best from everyone around him. In summary, he was very attentive, teachable, and a very consultative person who placed great emphasis on dialogue. Above all, being truthful was very important to him. As we bid the late President Hage Geingob a fond farewell at the end of his earthly journey, and when we have rejoined our daily routines, let us reflect on his distinguished career and what we can learn from him to ensure that the legacy he leaves behind has grown deep roots like the marula tree and good shade for future generations. On behalf of the veterans of our national liberation struggle, the Nujoma family, and indeed on my own behalf, allow me to convey our deepest condolences and heartfelt sympathies to Madam Monica Geinkos, the former First Lady, the children, the extended Geingob's family, and the entire nation for this profound loss. As we walk through this dark cloud hovering around our nation, may we all be granted fortitude to overcome this bereavement and be left only with the most cherished memories of our departed, beloved, late President, Dr. Hage Gonfrid Geingob. May his legacy illuminate our path.
Yes, and a very well welcome if you are watching us for the first time. We're coming to you live from the Independence Stadium, where the memorial service of Dr. Hage Geingob is just underway. We've had several speakers, and the last speaker was the founding president of Namibia, President Sam Nujoma. So we're almost halfway through with the program. It got off to a very good start, although there have been some late arrivals. What's next on the program, Denver? What's left?
So right now we'll see a performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band. That will be followed by heads of state and government and other foreign dignitaries delivering their tributes. Then we'll have another performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band. Thereafter, the former First Lady, the widow, Madam Monica Kengos, will deliver her tribute, followed by the address by the chief mourner, that is the President of the country, President Angola Mbumba. And then there will be announcements by the directors of ceremonies, followed by the benediction. And that more or less concludes the program for today's memorial service.
And in fact, thereafter, the body will again lie in state, which means that the public can then pay their respects once the VIPs have viewed the body, paid their respects, and left the stadium. Then the general public can then view the body and pay their respects. We will be
Leaders of delegations who would be presenting tributes. I would just like to acknowledge some of the heads of states and governments that have not been included in the list of recognized leaders when we made the announcement earlier, and others arrived after we have commenced already. So I would like to recognize His Excellency Mr. Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland, His Excellency Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, and Madam, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and Madam, His Excellency Dr. Mokwetsi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, and Madam, His Excellency Mr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Haimbe Mulambo, Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Mandarapu, High Commissioner of India, His Excellency Mr. Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, and Her Excellency Ms. Eunice Ipinge, President of the Pan-African Women.
Em que nos despedimos para a eternidade do nosso irmão, amigo, camarada e companheiro de luta, o presidente Hage Geingob, figura incontornável do processo de libertação da África, intrépido defensor da liberdade, da democracia e da dignidade dos povos africanos e do povo namibiano em particular, pelo qual dedicou grande parte da sua vida.
I have the duty as the President of the Republic of Angola and the current chair of SADC to pay tribute at this deeply sad ceremony where we are saying goodbye for eternity to our brother, friend, comrade, and fellow fighter, President Hage Geingob, an outstanding figure in the African liberation process, a fearless defender of freedom, democracy, dignity of the African people and the Namibian people in particular, to whom he dedicated a large part of his life.
Nesta cerimônia fúnebre, ficamos sem palavras para expressar a nossa emoção e a nossa dor pela ausência irreparável do presidente Hage Geingob.
At this memorial ceremony, we are left without words to express our emotion and our pain due to the irreparable absence of President Hage Geingob.
Em nome dos líderes e dos povos da SADC e dos nossos parceiros, gostaria de dizer que o legado deixado pelo nosso camarada, de quem hoje nos despedimos, deve ser preservado e servir como referência para a concretização dos grandes objetivos da SADC e da África, como forma de homenagearmos esta grande figura africana da nossa história contemporânea.
On behalf of the leaders and people of SADC and our partners, I would like to say that the legacy left by our comrade, to whom we are saying goodbye today, must be preserved and should serve as a reference for the achievement of the great objectives of SADC and Africa. Such is the way of paying homage to this great African son of our contemporary history.
Permitam-me destacar o papel ativo e impulsionador que o presidente Hage Geingob desempenhou enquanto exerceu a função de presidente em exercício da SADC em 2018, durante a qual liderou a agenda de industrialização regional, promovendo o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas regionais, a capacitação dos jovens e o desenvolvimento sustentável da região, no âmbito do cumprimento dos objetivos que a sua presidência se propôs alcançar.
Allow me to highlight the active and visionary role played by President Hage Geingob while serving as SADC chairperson in 2018, during which he spearheaded the regional industrialization agenda by promoting the development of regional infrastructure, youth empowerment, and sustainable development of the region within the scope of fulfilling the objectives that his chairmanship had set out to achieve.
Destaco ainda o papel que exerceu na defesa da paz, da estabilidade e da segurança da região, premissas fundamentais para o desenvolvimento econômico e social da nossa sub-região.
I also would like to highlight the role he played in advocating for peace, stability, and security in the region, which are fundamental premises for the economic and social development of our sub-region.
Os feitos do presidente Hage Geingob são de tal dimensão e de tão grande amplitude que não conseguiríamos descrever em breves palavras o modo como se dedicou e se entregou à causa da construção, do progresso e do desenvolvimento da sua nação, da África Austral e do continente africano no geral.
The achievements of President Hage Geingob are such magnitude and scope that we would not be able to describe them in few words. That's the way in which he dedicated himself and gave his life to the cause of building the progress and development of his nation, the Southern African region, and the African continent in general.
A dor e tristeza estão espantadas nos rostos dos cidadãos namibianos pela perda do seu estimado e admirado líder, mas estou convencido que a saberão transformar em energia para se dedicarem com vigor à construção da nação, forte, resiliente e exemplar em termos de estabilidade, segurança e paz que o presidente Hage Geingob tinha no seu projeto de nação.
The pain and sadness are written on the faces of the Namibian citizens due to the loss of their esteemed and admired leader. But I'm convinced that they will know how to transform this sadness into energy to dedicate themselves with bravery to building the strong, resilient, and exemplary nation in terms of stability, security, and peace, which President Hage Geingob had in his project of nation.
Ao longo dos anos da luta comum contra o regime do apartheid da África do Sul, Angola e a Namíbia estabeleceram inquebrantáveis e duradouros laços de amizade, irmandade e de cooperação que muito nos orgulham.
Over the years of the common struggle against the apartheid regime in South Africa, Angola and Namibia have established unbreakable and long-lasting bonds of friendship, brotherhood and cooperation that make us proud.
A dor do povo namibiano é nossa dor e por esta razão estamos presentes para partilhar esta dor e dizer que em momentos difíceis como este podem contar sempre com a nossa solidariedade.
The pain of the Namibian people is our pain, and for this reason we are present here to sharing this pain and say that in difficult times like this, you can always count on our solidarity.
Em nome do governo angolano e no da SADC, permitam-me que apresente a viúva do malogrado, aos filhos, a toda a família enlutada, ao povo e ao governo namibiano, os nossos mais profundos sentimentos de pesar.
On behalf of the Angolan government and the behalf of SADC, allow me to convey to the widow of the deceased president, his children and the entire bereaved family, to the people and the government of Namibia, our deepest condolences.
Que a alma do malogrado presidente Hage Geingob descanse em paz.
May the soul of the late President Hage Geingob rest in peace.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Lorenzo of the Republic of Angola, for your tribute. Now, before I proceed to call the next speaker, I would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Mr. Philippe Jansito Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Having done so, I would proceed to invite His Excellency Dr. Mokwetsi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, to present his tribute.
His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and your dear wife, Madam former First Lady Monica Gengos, the Geingob children and all bereaved, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, the people of Namibia. On this somber day, as we gather to repose our final respects on one of Africa's heroes, and while the mood in the atmosphere is filled with sadness at the demise of Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, it is our fond memories of this stalwart that enable us to gather the strength to observe this occasion as a celebration of our life well lived. It is sad as we mourn the loss of a beloved husband, father, brother, uncle, friend and colleague, and yet also celebratory as we acknowledge and recognize
the magnificence of his example. My wife and I, the Botswana delegation, are here today because my departed elder brother, Dr. Hage Geingob, was a true friend of Botswana. He had a special place in his heart for my people and country. I came to realize this as on several occasions when we met and conversed, he reminisced about his days as a refugee in Botswana. I always admired his humble demeanor, his straight talk, and his genuine appreciation of the contribution Botswana made to the liberation of his country. The people of Namibia that gallantly fought against brutal colonization and also apartheid's occupation and racial oppression. While some are not as informed about the sacrifices Botswana made to the liberation struggle in our sub-region, in Dr. Geingob, I found a man who understood and sympathized with our unenviable position, which is right in the belly of the beast. When talking about his stay in Botswana, he would say to me, I open quote, in my wildest dreams, I could not imagine that one day, a refugee in a small white house in Francistown would become president of his country, close quote. He would then unleash his trademark, handsome and infectious smile and chortle. I surmise that this disposition on how an individual's life chances may unfold in the course of time is not alien to us, as each one of us has some narrative to tell regarding the hand of fate in our earthly and mortal existence. Since his untimely demise, the world has been awash with messages that epitomize this remarkable man as a distinguished servant of the people, a liberation struggle icon, the pillar and gatekeeper of the Namibian house. Dr. Geingob and I shared a common vision and an unwavering determination to achieve higher levels of development for our peoples. His remarkable statesmanship endeared him to many globally. He was a true Pan-Africanist and genuine believer in multilateralism. I recall with fond memory our numerous meetings and robust exchanges on the challenges facing our people and our resolve to act in unity and solidarity to address the common challenges and achieve the goal of shared prosperity for our peoples. Our leaders' bilateral meeting, which was meant to have been held in January in Gaborone this year, remains postponed, as in his words, and I open quote, because I'm an unwell young man, but we will meet later after my recovery, close quote. President Geingob will be remembered for the 2023 bilateral agreement to allow citizens of Botswana and Namibia to use their national identity cards to cross the border between our two countries. I deeply valued President Geingob's support as a senior statesman, a confidant, and trustworthy partner in building the extraordinary partnership our two countries and people enjoy today. We are all the better for having been touched by President Geingob's influence and huge sacrifices. My confidence is firm that our two countries and people will leverage on the solid foundation built by Dr. Geingob for us to broaden and deepen our relations and strong bonds of friendship that subsist between our countries and people. I thank Monica Geingos and family for sharing and supporting him to the very end. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you for your attention.
very much, Your Excellency, President MAZISHI, for that tribute. I would now like to invite His Excellency General Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. Your Excellency.
In the name of God, Your Excellency Nangolo Mpumba, President of Namibia, Your Excellency Monica Geingob, former First Lady of Namibia, dear sister, Your Excellency, Head of State and Government, and the Head of Delegation present here, Your Excellency, former President of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen, our protocol observed, dear sister and brothers Namibians. I am here with my wife on behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of Burundi to express our deep sorrow and heartfelt sympathy to the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia and the family of His Excellency Hage Geingob, particularly to Her Excellency Monica Geingob's former First Lady. A baobab has fallen. I stand here to pay tribute to this great statement, a liberation struggle icon, a freedom fighter, a comrade of all African freedom fighters, and a true Pan-Africanist. We Burundians will always remember His Excellency Hage Geingob as one of the Africa's greatest statesmen who has earned his place in history as a champion of democracy, freedom, equality, human rights, and reconciliation, not only in Namibia, but also with the African continent and beyond. We draw inspiration from Mr. Hage Geingob's lifelong and selfless dedication and effort to promote a culture of peace, harmony, and reconciliation among people as a legacy of inspiration of Burundi. That is why Your Excellency, President of Namibia, dear brothers and sisters from Namibia, you can be assured that Burundians' thoughts and prayers are with you in your grief. May the soul of our dear comrade Hage Geingob rest in eternal peace. Thank you. May God bless the people of Namibia.
I now would like to invite His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency.
Excellences, Monsieur Nangolo Mbumba, Président de la République de Namibie, distinguée Première Dame, Madame Monica Gengos, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Messieurs les anciens chefs d'État, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers peuples namibiens.
Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, the First Lady, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Head of State and of Government, distinguished invitees, the people of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen.
C'est avec une grande tristesse et un profond émoi que j'apprenais le 4 février dernier le décès de mon regretté homologue et cher frère, son Excellence Dr Hage Gottfried Geingob, à l'âge de 82 ans.
It was with big sadness and big emotions that I learned on the 4th of February 2024 the passing of my regretted brother, President Hage Geingob, who we are crying today.
Défenseur invétéré de la République de Namibie et de son peuple, l'Afrique et le monde pleurent ce jour un grand combattant de la liberté qui a eu à servir et à honorer avec bravoure et dignité sa patrie. Défenseur invétéré.
Invertebrated defender of the Republic of Namibia and of its people, Africa and the world cry today a great combatant of freedom who was served and honored with bravery and dignity his patrie.
En effet, le président Hage Geingob fait partie de ces grands hommes qui, très jeunes et au prix de nombreux sacrifices, dont un exil de près de 30 années loin de sa mère patrie, ont fait de la justice et du bien-être du plus grand nombre un objectif.
Indeed, President Hage Geingob belongs to great men since his young age and in the price of a lot of sacrifices, including the exile for about 30 years far from his motherland, who actually fought for justice and the well-being of the great number, and that was his leitmotiv.
Tout premier ministre de la République de Namibie à l'indépendance, puis président de la République à partir de 2015, le Dr Geingob aura marqué d'une empreinte indélébile la destinée de tout un peuple et inspiré bien des leaders par sa vision d'une Namibie harmonieuse et prospère, mais aussi par son combat pour une Afrique intégrée, développée et mieux représentée, notamment dans le concert des nations.
He was the first Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia at its independence, then President of the Republic from 2015. Dr. Geingob marks the destiny of the whole people and inspired many leaders by his vision of an harmonious Namibia and prosperous one, but also for his fight for an integrated Africa, developed one, and moreover represented in the nations, among the nations.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République de Namibie, cher peuple namibien, aux larmes versées depuis le 4 février 2024 et à l'annonce de la disparition du défunt, j'aimerais que se substitue ce jour le souvenir du sourire enjoué de celui que nous portons aujourd'hui en sa dernière demeure et que soit célébrée la vie, la vision ainsi que les valeurs qu'ont pu transcender le président Hage Geingob tout au long de son existence et qui se caractériseront pour l'éternité.
Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Namibia and dear people of Namibia, toward or up to the tears that we have shared since the 4th of February 2024, and after the announcement of the passing of the President Geingob, I would like you to substitute the remembrance of all the smiles that you got from him that brought us today and help him to go toward his last house. And then we would like to celebrate his life, his vision, as well as the values that went beyond his life during his existence that will be characterized by eternity.
En effet, nous garderons le souvenir impérissable de ce vaillant homme d'État, héros de l'indépendance namibienne et de la lutte contre l'apartheid, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, grand leader panafricain.
Indeed, we will always remember this imperishable great man, that hero of the independence of Namibia, and then the one who fought for apartheid, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, great Pan-Africanist leader.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République de Namibie, distinguée Madame Monica Gingos, chère famille, cher peuple namibien, veuillez ici recevoir au nom du peuple congolais et au mien propre mes condoléances les plus attristées ainsi que l'expression de ma profonde sympathie.
Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Namibia, distinguished Madam Monica Gingos, dear family, dear people of Namibia, may you receive today in the name of the Congolese people and in my own name all the sad condolences as well as the expression of my profound sympathy.
À la famille éplorée et particulièrement à vous, distinguée Première Dame, Madame Monica Gingos, puisse le souvenir du combat mené par votre très cher époux pour l'avènement d'une Namibie égalitaire et la dévotion ainsi que l'amour inconditionnel qu'il vous a porté à vous, à vos enfants et à la patrie, constituer le terreau de votre consolation.
To the bereaved family, and particularly to you, distinguished First Lady, Madame Monica Gingos, may the remembrance of his struggle goes or done by your dear spouse for the upcoming of the equal Namibia, as well as the devotion and the love, unconditional love that he has given you and to your children. May this constitute a way of consolation for you.
Enfin, je ne saurais clore mon propos sans vous souhaiter Excellences, Monsieur Nangolo Mbumba, chers frères et président de la République, tous mes vœux de succès et de réussite dans l'exercice de vos nouvelles fonctions, ainsi que vous rassurer du soutien de mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, dans cette terrible épreuve.
At the end, I cannot close my speech without wishing you, Your Excellency, Mr. Nangolo Mbumba, dear brother and President of the Republic, all my wishes for success in the exercise of your new duties. I would like to reassure you of the support of my country, the Democratic Republic of Congo, during this sad event.
Puisse Dieu bénir la République de Namibie et son peuple. Puisses-tu, cher frère, Dr Hage Geingob, reposer en paix. Je vous remercie.
May the Lord, may God bless the Republic of Namibia and its people. May you, dear brother, Dr. Hage Geingob, rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Tshisekedi Tshilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, for that tribute. I now invite Her Excellency Madame 𝙏𝙝𝙖𝙠 𝙔𝙤𝙘, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mbumba and Madam, former First Lady and my dear sister Monica Gengos, the family of the late President, Excellencies, the first and second President of Namibia, Excellencies, heads of state and government, fellow Namibians. On behalf of the government and the people of Ethiopia, and indeed on my own, I would like to extend our sincere, heartfelt condolences to the family of President Geingob, to the government and people of this brotherly country. We stand with you in sorrow. Moments such as this takes us back the memory lane. Late President Geingob fought for the independence of his country, the rights and well-being of his people, putting in many occasions his own life in danger. He amplified the voices of liberty of Namibians. He fought the fight worth fighting. Indeed, he fought the good fight. This is what makes a person with vision and leadership skills a giant, a hero. Last year in February, we inaugurated together the new embassy in of Namibia in Addis Ababa. This is essentially what he said. I'm going to borrow his own speech. Ethiopia and Namibia's relations date back to the 1960s, long before Namibia's independence, when Ethiopia and Liberia, the only African countries member of the League of Nations, took the case of independence for the then Southwest Africa to the International Court of Justice, challenging the continuous presence of South Africa in Namibia. Disappointedly, the court ruled in favor of the apartheid South Africa. President Geingob just said, "We sought justice, but were served injustice." But Ethiopia didn't relent. The successive governments of my country continued to provide diplomatic and political support to Swapo while giving military training to its combatants as well as pilot trainings. In fact, it was on board Ethiopian Airlines flights with an Ethiopian pilot and Namibian pilots trained in Ethiopia that the first president of this country, His Excellency Sam Nujoma, returned to his country. Late President Geingob told us the role he played in this as well. Because no country will be independent enough if Africa is not totally free from colonialism. That was the clear position of the leader. I have been knowing President Geingob for a long time. He had this remarkable ability to easily connect with everyone he met. His legacy will live for generations to come. This is a life to celebrate, as we should celebrate those who fought for the total independence and liberation of our continent, especially those who are still alive. It is for us to play a positive role in the life of our countries and our continent. The bond that was established before independence between our two countries will continue to shape our current relations. That's what he told us last year. We are committed to take it to a higher level. We will miss President Geingob in Addis Ababa, which we used to see him every year. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Zewde of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Sauli Niinisto, President of Finland.
Excellency President Mumba, Your Excellency Founding President Dr. Nujoma, Your Excellency Second President Dr. Pohamba, Madam Monica Geingob, representatives of the Namibian government and people, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have gathered here to honor the legacy of President Hage Gottfried Geingob, a great Namibian, a great African, a remarkable statesman, and a citizen of the world. President Geingob left a strong legacy. We came to know him as a determined statesman who dedicated his entire life to freedom and nation building in Namibia. He also left a legacy of close friendship with Finland. This friendship is built on a solid foundation of over 150 years of shared history, but it also rests on strong bonds between individuals. A notable example is the bond between President Geingob and the late Finnish President and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Martti Ahtisaari. Both were instrumental in the Namibian independence process. Both loved this country very deeply. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past year, I had the privilege of getting to know Hage Geingob personally. At his invitation, I made a state visit to Namibia in April. That visit left a deep impression on me. The heartfelt hospitality and friendliness of the Namibian people and the inspiring exchanges I had with Hage. We shared thoughts and ideas on peace, equality, and the importance of multilateralism. Physically, of course, our countries are thousands of miles apart. Still, maybe due to history, maybe something else, we connected. We consider it as a good example for others. The last beautiful manifestation of the friendship between our nations at the highest level was President Geingob's and Madame Geingob's attendance at the funeral of Martti Ahtisaari in November. Symbolically, at the service, Bible passages were read in the Ndonga language. A friend wanted to pay tribute to his friend for the last time. I have today the same honor. As my term as President of Finland soon comes to a close, I promise to leave this legacy of friendship between Finland and Namibia to my successor. With these remarks, let me once again express my deepest sympathy with Mrs. Monica Geingob, the Geingob family, his community, and the government and nation of Namibia. Rest in peace, our friend, President Hage Geingob.
Thank you very much, President Sauli Niinisto, President of Finland, for your tribute. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Frank Walter Steinmeier, President of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, Excellencies and colleagues, Namibians. Today we are assembled to bid farewell. Farewell to a great statesman who shaped the Republic of Namibia like no other. The presence of so many of us here today is a tribute to his unmatched achievements and his lasting legacy. In all of Africa and around the world, Hage Gottfried Geingob will be remembered for his fight to free this nation from the yoke of apartheid. Here in Namibia, he will be remembered for his instrumental role in crafting Namibia's constitution and steering its country towards democracy, stability, and prosperity. In Germany, however, in the hearts and minds of my compatriots, President Geingob will always be remembered for his courage to reach out to the German people over the dark abyss of our history. The atrocities committed by German troops during colonial rule that resulted in the genocide against the Ovaherero and Nama communities 120 years ago. The path of reconciliation that we embarked upon almost 10 years ago has not been an easy one, but together we have gone very far and we want to go further. When I talked to President Geingob for the last time, late last year, he told me that it was his wish to successfully conclude our joint declaration in order to bring the special relationship between our two countries to a new level. I'm here today to say my country remains committed to his legacy. We are committed to the path of reconciliation. And you know, reconciliation is not about closing the past. It is about taking responsibility for our past, and it is a commitment to a better future together. I hope I will be able to return to this country very soon and under different circumstances because I'm convinced that it is time to tender an apology to the Namibian people. Ladies and gentlemen, my only regret is that our friend, the great President Geingob, will not be there to bring the process he started to an end. And again, I bow my head to Hage Geingob, a brilliant leader of the land of the brave. We share the grief of the Namibian nation and his family. My colleague, partner, and friend, rest in peace. Thank you.
For that tribute. Now, Before I invite the next speaker, I would like to acknowledge the First Lady of Malawi, Madam Monica Chakwera. You are welcome, Madam. And now I have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, to present his tribute.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangola Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Chief Mourner, Your Excellency, Madam Monica Gengos, former First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, and the bereaved family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished guests, all Namibians everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. From all over the world, we have come to one of Africa's greatest nations to escort one of Africa's greatest sons on his greatest journey home. From all over the world, we have been summoned here by the sound of 2.5 million Namibian hearts breaking from the passing of a national father. We have been summoned here by the sobering sight of the glass chamber of a Namibian gun carriage taking the remains of a great Namibian soldier from State House to Hendrik Witbooi, from Moses Gareb to Katutura, from Casa Rosaria to Parliament Gardens, from Independence Avenue to Independence Stadium, before this hero comes to rest where heroes belong. From all over the world, we have felt the river flowing, a river of Namibian tears. The tears of Zambezi and Kalahari, tears of Kavango and Kunene, tears of Erongo and Komas, the tears of Omusati and Oshkoto, the tears of Mahehe and Okakwena, the tears of Hadap and also Jupa, the tears of Oshana and Karas. Late President Geingob was no ordinary man. And because he went all over the world sowing the seeds of freedom, peace and prosperity for Namibia and Africa, we have come from all over the world to mourn the passing of this great man, whose gravitas in life can only be matched by our grief in his death. In the 3.5 years that I got to know him and work with him, I found in him an elder brother, a wise counselor, a brave warrior, a true statesman, and a dear friend. So as Malawi mourns with you, President Angola Mbumba, as Malawi mourns with you, Madam Monica Gengos and family, as Malawi mourns with you, government of Namibia, as Malawi mourns with you, people of Namibia, may God himself comfort you and wipe your tears. And just as the golden sun rises on the Namibian flag, and the red sun rises on the Malawian flag, may God himself be the sun that rises upon you to birth a new dawn of unity from this dark night of pain. Malawi mourns with you, Namibia, and you can rest assured that anytime anyone says that late President Geingob was a great freedom fighter, a great statesman, a great thinker, a great president, and a great Pan-Africanist, Malawi will be the first to say amen and amen. May his soul rest in peace.
Your Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, for that tribute. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Philippe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique.
Sua Excelência Angola Mbumba, Presidente da República de Namíbia, esposa.
Your Excellency Angola Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and spouse.
Vamos falar muito. Querida irmã, antiga primeira-dama Mônica Geingob, senhores Excelências, chefes de Estados e Governos, respeitados antigos presidentes da República de Namíbia, irmãs e irmãos namibianos, minhas senhoras e meus senhores.
Dear sister Monica Gengos, dear former presidents of the Republic of Namibia, respected heads of state and government, and former heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, people of Namibia.
Os 30 milhões de moçambicanos estão acometidos por um sentimento de profunda dor e consternação pela súbita partida à eternidade de Sua Excelência Hage Godfrey Geingob, terceiro presidente da Namíbia, nosso irmão e nosso amigo.
The 30 millions of Mozambicans today are overwhelmed by deep sorrow for the untimely demise to eternity of His Excellency Hage Gottfried Geingob, the third President of Namibia.
De Moçambique, trazemos os votos de simpatia, amizade e solidariedade do nosso povo e governo para o povo, irmão e governo da Namíbia, por esta perda irreparável.
From Mozambique, we have come to convey wishes of friendship, solidarity, and sympathy from our people and government to the people and government of Namibia for this great loss.
Viemos prestar uma merecida homenagem ao legado do então jovem professor de Ujuarongo, que nos princípios da década 60 liderava protestos contra o sistema discriminatório de educação bantu.
We've come to pay the deserved homage to the legacy of the then young teacher of Ujuarongo, who in the early 60s led protests against the discriminatory Bantu education system.
Os moçambicanos são eternamente gratos ao presidente Geingob, continuador do presidente Nujoma e do presidente Pohamba, líder bastante solidário e preocupado com a situação de segurança, estabilidade e prosperidade dos países da região, em particular do nosso país.
The Mozambicans will remain forever grateful to President Geingob, the successor of President Hifikepunye Pohamba, and President Sam Nujoma, a leader of high values of solidarity and always concerned with the security, stability and prosperity of the countries of the region and of our country in particular.
Enquanto presidente da SADC e da Troika do órgão, o presidente Geingob incentivou o processo de diálogo para a paz em Moçambique, que culminou com a assinatura em Maputo do Acordo de Paz e Reconciliação Nacional em 6 de agosto de 2019, numa cerimônia em que ele fez questão de presenciar pessoalmente.
As SADC chairperson and Organ Troika chairperson, President Geingob encouraged the process of dialogue for peace in Mozambique that culminated with the signing of the Peace and Reconciliation Agreement in Maputo on 6 August 2019 at a ceremony where he felt it was his duty to attend personally.
Eu posso contar um episódio. O presidente Geingob era homem alegre e de humor positivo. Quando assinei o acordo de paz com o líder da oposição, o Geingob veio junto de nós os dois assinantes e disse: se vocês desfizerem este acordo e voltarem entre irmãos a lutar, chame a nós todos de novo e depois digam isso em nossa frente.
I would like to recall an episode. President Geingob was a man of good humor, a very positive humor. And as we were signing the peace agreement with the leader of the opposition, he said to us, well, you are now signing this agreement, but if you ever go back to fighting, please call us so that we bear testimony of what you are doing again.
O seu papel ao nível da SADC foi decisivo no envio da missão da SADC em Moçambique, SAMIM, para apoiar as nossas forças de defesa e segurança empenhadas no combate ao terrorismo na província nortenha de Cabo Delgado.
His role at the SADC level was decisive for the deployment of the SADC mission in Mozambique, SAMIM, to support our defense and security forces engaged in the fight on terrorism in the northern province of Cabo Delgado.
Caro irmão e amigo HAGE, não te diremos adeus, porque tu és herói da dimensão do povo.
Dear brother and my friend Hage Geingob, we do not accept to bid farewell to you because you are the hero of the people.
Os heróis não morrem. Entregaremos o teu corpo à terra, mas os teus ideais, a tua visão e a tua determinação continuarão a servir de fonte de inspiração na construção de mundo de paz, justiça e próspero, pelo qual dedicaste toda a tua vida.
Heroes never die. We will surrender your body to the soil, but your ideals, your determination and vision will remain the source of inspiration to building a world of justice, peace and prosperity, for which you devoted your entire life.
Aqui e agora, curvados diante do teu corpo, cumprimos o dever de te prestar tributo de reconhecimento e a homenagem que tanto mereces.
Here and now, we bow our heads before your body to fulfill the duty of paying tribute of recognition to you as so much deserved homage.
Ao nosso irmão, Sua Excelência Nangolo Mbumba, a quem incumbe dar continuidade à obra do presidente Geingob, reafirmamos a nossa elevada consideração, estima pessoal e apoio pleno na nobre missão de liderar a República de Namíbia, guiado pelos princípios e valores funcionais desta nação, sob o vosso lema da unidade, liberdade e justiça.
To our brother, His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, on whose shoulders the continuity of the work of President Geingob rests, we reaffirm our highest consideration, personal esteem, and full support in the noble duty of leading the Republic of Namibia, guided by the same founding principles and values of this nation under your motto of unity, freedom, and justice.
A família enlutada, a senhora Mônica Geingob, minha irmã e amiga da nossa família, aos filhos e demais familiares, ao povo da Namíbia em geral, em nome dos moçambicanos, do meu governo, da minha esposa e no meu próprio, reiteramos os sentimentos de pesar por esta perda, bem como votos de consolo dos moçambicanos e certamente de todos os povos irmãos da África Austral e do continente.
To the bereaved family, to Madam Monica Gengos, my sister and friend of our family, to the children and other family members, and to the people of Namibia at large, on behalf of the Mozambicans, my government and my spouse, and indeed on my own behalf, we extend our heartfelt condolences for this loss, as well as wishes of solace.
Que a alma do presidente HAGE Geingob descanse em paz.
May the soul of President HAGE Geingob rest in eternal peace.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Nyusi of the Republic of Mozambique, for the tribute. I now would like to invite His Excellency President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, my brother, the President of Namibia, and your dear wife, Madam Monica Geingob, and your family, and children, Your Excellency, Madam Vice President of Namibia, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and the head of delegations, I bring you solemn greetings from the people of Kenya and profound condolences on the demise of our brother, the President of Namibia, President Hage Geingob. I learned of his demise with shock. And the first thing I did was to pick my phone and call the Vice President, who we were colleagues before. And I passed my condolences and those of the people of Kenya to him. Today, I join you on behalf of the people of Kenya and government of Kenya on this solemn send-off of our brother, the President of Namibia. President Geingob was a great freedom fighter. He was an accomplished scholar and the architect of the Namibian constitution that has given this country great stability. President Geingob was a passionate leader and the third president of Namibia, and he stood tall as a Pan-Africanist who believed in the unity of our continent. We know that President Geingob believed that independence is a project and work in progress. We must work hard on this independent and freedom project, especially now, so that we can liberate, not just for independence sake, but we can liberate our economies saddled with debt, liberate our young people trapped in unemployment. These are principles President Geingob worked so hard to achieve. Inspired by his spirit of Pan-Africanism, those of us in SADC, in EAC, in COMESA, and all of us as members of the Africa Union, we must work together to make sure that we execute the reform of the international financial architecture so that we can liberate our economies from debt, so that we can demand that as nations, we are not profiled negatively, we are not profiled unfairly, that together again, we must demand responsible sovereign lending that ensures that our countries have resources, concessional resources, that can help us position our continent as the epicenter of the next industrial revolution. Together, as a continent, believing in what President Geingob believed in, we must stand together with one voice to reform our Africa Union, to make it fit for purpose, so that we can march into the future as the epicenter of green manufacturing, position ourselves with our resources, enormous resources, the enormous energy resources, agricultural potential, mineral, and natural resources that we have. We cannot certainly be a continent defined by poverty. We must be a continent defined by opportunity, by potential, and by investment. That is what President Geingob believed in. I will miss my brother Geingob next month in April when we convene, and I have invited my brothers from this continent for us to have a candid conversation with our development brothers and sisters, with the donor community, under the IDA 21 replenishment framework with the World Bank, so that we can have a proper positioning of our continent and claim our place as a continent of potential, opportunity, and investment. My brother, Nangolo Mbumba, you're fitting into the big shoes of our departed brother. We believe that you have what it takes, and you can count on the support of Kenya as you take the reins of leadership in your great country. Mama Monica, you are a great pillar of our brother. You have our prayers, you and your children, as you face the future. And we stand in solidarity with you and your family and to all the people of Namibia. May Geingob's soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Excellency President Ruto, for that tribute. I would like to recognize the presence of Nuncio Dario Pavisa, representative of the Holy See. I would then proceed to call on Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, to present her tribute. Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, widow of the late President Hage Geingob, Excellencies, heads of state and government here present, fellow mourners. Allow me to convey Our deepest condolences and sympathies to you, President Nangolo Mbumba, and the brotherly people of the Republic of Namibia, following the passing of our dear brother and friend, President Hage Geingob. Our deepest condolences to Madam Monica Geingob, the entire Geingob family, for losing a part of their own, a husband, a father, a grandfather, and a brother. Fellow mourners, I'm here to bid farewell to a man I consider an elder brother and a mentor. I recall his generosity during my last visit to Namibia, when he personally, accompanied by his wife, my sister Monica, welcomed me at the airport and found time for a candid conversation concerning the political development and security situation of our region, SADC. His bass voice and relished laughter still resonate in my ears. It feels like, just like yesterday, when we used to sit together at the AU and chat away on several SADC stands. His wise counsel, resolute determination, and devotion will surely be missed, but his memories will live on. We vividly recall how, as Swapo's representative to the UN, he worked with the then Tanzanian permanent representative, Honorable John Malechela, and other African diplomats to make the case for Namibian independence at the United Nations. His Pan-Africanist nature formed the cornerstone of his presidency, and through his support, we opened a High Commission in Windhoek, which has further solidified our relations. Today, we are here not to mourn this gallant son of Africa, but to celebrate a life well lived, which gave cause to the prosperous Namibia, and we are witnessing today and renewed hope to Africa. Dear Namibian sisters and brothers, the immense loss is our loss. We share your grief and sorrow. To Madam Monica Geingob and the bereaved family, we pray that Almighty God grant you solace, courage, and fortitude. I also wish to leave you with the words of Isaiah 14:10, which reminds us of God's promise to strengthen. May the soul of our beloved brother, Hage Geingob, rest in eternal peace. Amen. To my brother, President Nangolo Mbumba, Tanzania assures you of our continued support and cooperation, and we strongly believe that under your able stewardship, Namibia is in safe hands. I thank you. Thank you very much. Excellency Dr. Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for your tribute. I now invite His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Your Excellency, my dear brother, President Nangolo Mbumba, and Madam, Your Excellency, Mrs. Geingob, and the bereaved family of our dear brother Geingob, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, honorable ministers who may be here, distinguished guests, my dear fellow mourners, comrades and friends, it is with a heavy heart that I join you, Your Excellency, dear brother, President Mbumba, the government and the people of Namibia, and members of Swapo Party, along with distinguished guests, as we mourn the passing on of a gallant son of Africa, a revolutionary, a comrade and a guerrilla, His Excellency Dr. Geingob. This is indeed a great loss that has befallen the Republic of Namibia, befallen to SADC region, and befallen to the African continent in general. On behalf of my partisan PF, the government and the people of Zimbabwe, my family, and on my own behalf, I extend our deepest and heartfelt condolences to Mrs. Geingob, the Geingob family, the Swapo Party, the government, and indeed the people of Namibia. The late dear brother Dr. Geingob was a loyal, dependent friend and an ally to Zimbabwe, a revolutionary by excellence. At various international fora, such as the United Nations, my late brother, Dr. Geingob, consistently and fiercely called for the unconditional removal of the unilateral illegal sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe by some Western countries. In Zimbabwe, we shall also fondly remember the late dear brother, President Geingob, for having worked tirelessly to consolidate the long-standing and excellent relations that exist between our two countries. I recall that during my state visit to this great country in 2019, my dear brother, late President Geingob, and I resolved to upgrade our relations to the level of a binational commission to further deepen and comprehensive multi-pronged scope of cooperation. The late President Geingob was a liberation hero and a visionary statesman who wholeheartedly served his people with utmost distinction. He was a pragmatic leader who believed in and worked for the economic empowerment of the people of Namibia and those of our region in SADC as a whole. He championed the values of Pan-Africanism and the emancipation for the peoples of Africa in general. He was a staunch defender of African independence, African freedom, African democracy, and non-interference in our internal affairs as sovereign states. He bequeathed to us and posterity an indelible legacy which we must preserve and hand down to successful young generations, particularly his unwavering commitment to justice, African dignity, solidarity, and equality. I would like to mention that I feel very, very humbled to see the founding father of the nation of Namibia and the second president, both President Nujoma and Pohamba. These are revolutionaries, per excellency, who spent their lives in the armed struggle for us to have independence. Congratulations, I've seen them. We in this region, SADC, we understand the importance of food security and sovereignty and robust educational systems as critical anchors to the dignity of our people and the sustainable development of our African continent. The burden of developing our countries is upon us. No one will develop our respective countries, it's ourselves. So we must cooperate in the task and burden to develop our countries. And my late brother, President Geingob, was an ardent teacher and a philosopher that African countries must have the dignity to develop their countries themselves because it is ours. No one from elsewhere would come and develop our respective countries. We must rule our countries ourselves with our domestic wisdom. I join Namibia in saying goodbye to an icon, a revolutionary, a guerrilla, Dr. Geingob, a great son of Africa and a son of the soil, whose impact transcended geographical boundaries and borders. In his memory and honor of his legacy, let us use this solemn occasion to recommit ourselves to continue building and modernizing our respective nations for a higher quality of life for our peoples of our region and Africa in general. May his dear soul rest in eternal peace. To you, my dear brother, President Mumba, I wish you and the people of Namibia successful elections later this year. You yourself, I'm happy that you are also a guerrilla. You are revolutionary and shall enjoy the support of ZANU-PF and the government of Zimbabwe. We are confident that your country will continue to entrench the democratic legacy of the late Dr. Geingob and other founding fathers who are here to guide you as you go into the future of this great nation, the land of the brave. Namibia is assured of Zimbabwe's unwavering support and solidarity in the march to develop and modernize and industrialize our motherland. God bless you all. I thank you.
Your Excellency, President Mnangagwa, for that tribute. I now invite the Right Honorable Sam Matekane, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho.
President Nangolo Mbumba and the Chief Mourner, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government present here, former President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, and members of the family of former President Dr. Hage Geingob. Distinguished guests, we are in Namibia today in these great numbers because a hero has fallen, a true son of the African soil, a freedom fighter and indeed a distinguished leader in our region is no more. Words cannot describe the depth of our grief and the pain that this untimely death has occasioned. We in Lesotho held President Geingob in the highest esteem. When I assumed office as Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, President Geingob was the first head of state that I paid a courtesy call on. I shall forever cherish his warm welcome, good sense of humor, guidance at all times, and words of wisdom that he would always share with me. Though on the one hand, we mourn his loss, on the other hand, we should also thank God for having given us a leader of this caliber during these difficult times. He dedicated his life to the Namibian nation, SADC, the entire African continent, as well as the world at large. The legacy that he leaves behind of selfless love for humanity, sacrifice for his people, high moral standards, and dedication to peace and security should continue to inspire us to work for a better life for all. On behalf of His Majesty King Letsie III, the government and the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho, I wish to convey to you, Madam Monica and the Geingob family, Your Excellency President Mbumba, the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia, our sincere and heartfelt condolences. May his soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for your tribute. I would like to invite His Excellency, the Theodora Ngwema Obein Manwe, Vice President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea.
Excellencies, distinguished Namibian people, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the people of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea and its President, His Excellency Obiang Mbasogo, Head of State and Government, the delegation of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea join me in expressing our deep pain and dismay at the sad event of the death of His Excellency HAGE Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. Therefore, we convey our deepest condolences to the government and people of the Republic of Namibia. We want to reiterate the expression of our deepest condolences for such an inestimable loss in this moment of deep pain of his entire family, to whom we convey our feeling of support and solidarity. His Excellency HAGE Geingob was a prominent Pan-Africanist and faithful defender of the value of unity and solidarity of the African Union. And as the son of Africa, immense in its struggle against colonialism and apartheid. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Comrade Nangolo Mbumba, Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, we are making progress. However, before I invite the next speaker, I would like to appeal to my fellow mourners on the other side to please bear with us. We will be done very soon, but please pay attention to the messages we are receiving. We must extend the courtesy our international guests deserve. So please, my countrymen and women, listen to what we are saying and just lower your voices, please. I would like to invite His Excellency Christian Ndese, Prime Minister of the Republic of Madagascar. Your Excellency.
Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madame Monica Gengos, former First Lady, and the entire bereaved family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, dear people of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to honor the memory of His Excellency, the late President Hage Geingob, a towering figure in the fight for liberation in our region. President Geingob was not just a leader, he was an hero. President Geingob's legacy of patriotism and Pan-Africanism serves as a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who strive for justice and freedom. He will forever inspire generations to come. His unwavering dedication to the Namibian people leaves an indelible mark on our heart. On behalf of His Excellency André Joël, President of the Republic of Madagascar, our government, and the Malagasy people, I extend our heartfelt condolences to President Geingob's family and the people of Namibia. In this moment of mourning, our thoughts and prayers are with you. May the enduring spirit of President Geingob continue to guide and uplift Namibia as it moves forward. Madagascar holds a deep respect for its relationship with Namibia. The story of Madagascar-Namibia relations is rooted in our common struggle against apartheid in Southwest Africa. Madagascar provided refuge to Swapo activists and hosted an ANC bureau demonstrating unwavering support for the liberation movement. Our nation shares a bond forged in the fight for freedom and justice. Our shared history, our solidarity within regional and continental frameworks underscored our commitment to mutual progress and prosperity. In closing, let us honor President Hage Geingob's memory by recommitting ourselves to the ideals of unity, peace, and development. May his strong legacy serve as a guiding light for the future generation. My soul, rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite the Right Honorable Edward Ngirente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda. Right Honorable.
Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, family members of our departed friend, former President Dr. HAGE Geingob, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, dear people of the Republic of Namibia, distinguished guests. Today, we come together to honor a true champion of Africa's liberation struggle and celebrate the remarkable life of a statesman who served his great nation of Namibia. Allow me, on behalf of His Excellency President Paul Kagame, the people and the government of the Republic of Rwanda, to extend our sincere condolences and deepest sympathy to the family and the people and the government of Namibia. As we mourn this great loss, we reflect on the remarkable tenure of Dr. HAGE Geingob as the President of Namibia, as well as the indelible mark he has left on our continent. His quest for freedom and justice inspired generations across Africa and beyond. His legacy will forever be etched in the hearts of those who strive for self-determination and dignity. Rwanda will always remember his contributions to the excellent and brotherly relationship between our two countries. I wish to take this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to continue strengthen this strong foundation of friendship and cooperation. As we pay our last respect to a beloved leader, I assure you that Rwanda stands in solidarity with the family of the President Geingob and with the government and the people of Namibia. May the legacy of the President Geingob live on for generations to come, and may so rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I now would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Brahim Bogali, President of the People's National Assembly of the Democratic People's Republic of Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة السيد رئيس الجمهورية، فخامة نائبة رئيس الجمهورية، عائلة الفقيد، فقيد إفريقيا، قاطبة فخامة السادة الرؤساء السابقون لجمهورية ناميبيا، فخامة السادة رؤساء الدول الحكومات وممثلي الدول الأجنبية الحاضرين معنا اليوم، الجمع الكريم مع مراعاة كل المقامات.
Your Excellency, Mr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Madam Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellencies, former Presidents of Namibia, bereaved family of Son of Africa, Excellencies, Heads of States and government's honorable audience, all protocols observed.
وجودي معكم اليوم ممثلا للسيد رئيس الجمهورية عبد المجيد تبون يعد فرصة لأعبر لكم شخصيا عن بالغ الحزن وعميق التأثر الذي ألم بنا في الجزائر حكومة وشعبا لفقدان الأخ العزيز الرئيس الراحل جينغوب رئيس جمهورية ناميبيا الشقيقة، وليقدم لكم سيادة الرئيس ومن خلالكم إلى الحكومة والشعب الناميبيين خالص التعازي وعميق المواساة على إثر هذا المصاب الجلل، معبرا لكم عن خالص تضامننا وتعاطفنا معكم في هذه المحنة الأليمة التي نحن متيقنون تمام اليقين بأن شعب ناميبيا الشقيق سيتجاوزها بسلام لواصل تحقيق مزيد من التقدم والرفاه.
I'm here today representing His Excellency Mr. Abdelmadjid Tebboune, President of the Republic. On behalf of the Algerian government and people, I extend to you, Mr. President, and to the people of Namibia my sincere condolences and heartfelt sympathy for the passing of our dear brother, late President Dr. Hage Geingob. Algeria stands with you in sorrow. We are confident that our Namibian brothers will overcome these difficult times to continue their path towards prosperity.
فخامة السيد رئيس الجمهورية نقول مبوما الحضور الكريم، إن رحيل هذا الرمز الوطني والإفريقي وهذا المناضل الفذ الذي أفنى حياته في خدمة وطنه ناميبيا خلال كفاحها الثوري التحرري وكذا خلال مرحلة بنائها وتشييدها الوطنيين، المتميز أيضا بوقوفه الدائم إلى جانب الشعوب المستضعفة في دعم حقها في الحرية والكرامة، المؤمن بإفريقيا قوية ومتضامنة والداعم لحقها المشروع في التقدم والرفاه، لا يعد خسارة كبيرة ليس لناميبيا فحسب بل لإفريقيا قاطبة وفاجعة مؤلمة، نسأل الله أن يعيننا جميعا على تجاوزها.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the passing of this great man, this fighter, is a tremendous loss for not only Namibia, but for all Africans, because he was a national and African iconic figure. He dedicated his life to serve Namibia during the independence struggle and for building Namibia after liberation. He stood for the rights of all oppressed people. He was a powerful voice for unity, dignity, prosperity in Africa.
السيد الرئيس الجمع الكريم، نودع اليوم معكم بألم وحسرة كبيرين أحد الرجالات الذين ساهموا بإخلاص في تعزيز وتوطيد العلاقات التاريخية المتميزة بين بلدينا الشقيقين والتي تمتد جذورها إلى مرحلة الكفاح التحرري للشعب الناميبي الشقيق، حيث كان لبلاد الشرف في دعم الكفاح الباسل بكل الوسائل السياسية والعسكرية والمادية الممكنة تلك اللحمة وذلك التقارب، لم يكن له إلا ليتوطأ أكثر فأكثر بعد نيل ناميبيا لاستقلالها من خلال تعزيز العلاقات الثنائية وتكثيف التعاون في كافة المجالات.
Mr. President, honorable audience, we mourn today the loss of this brave leader who worked and contributed to enhance Algerian-Namibian relations. My country has strongly supported by all means, militarily and politically, Namibia's struggle for independence. Those ties of friendship and brotherhood became even stronger after the independence.
فخامة السيد رئيس الجمهورية، السادة الحضور، أجدد لكم في الختام خالص التعازي وصادق المواساة باسم السيد رئيس الجمهورية عبد المجيد تبون وباسم الدولة الجزائرية قاطبة، وليؤكد عن خالص تضامننا وتعاطفنا معكم في هذا المصاب بالجلل.
Mr. President, at this difficult time, on behalf of the President of the Republic and on behalf of the Algerian people and authorities, I convey to you once again and to my dear people of Namibia my sincere solidarity and sympathy.
دامت ناميبيا قوية مزدهرة، دامت الأخوة الجزائرية الناميبية للأبد. شكرا على كامل الإصغاء، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Long live Namibia, long live Algerian Namibian brotherhood. Thank you, peace be upon you.
I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Esteban Lazo Hernandez, President of the Council of the State of the National Assembly of Popular Power from the Republic of Cuba.
Querido maestro de ceremonia, excelentísimo señor Nangolo Umba, presidente de la República de Namibia, excelentísimo señor doctor San Nujoma, padre fundador de la República de Namibia, excelentísimo señor Hifikepunye Pohamba, segundo presidente de la República de Namibia, excelencia, jefe de Estado y de Gobierno, jefe de delegaciones, excelentísima señora Mónica Geingob y su distinguida familia, querido pueblo de Namibia, con profundo dolor transmito la más sentida y sincera condolencia del Partido Comunista de Cuba, del líder de la revolución Raúl Castro Ruz, del presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel, del gobierno y el pueblo cubano, a la Swapo y al gobierno y pueblo de la hermana República de Namibia en ocasión del fallecimiento de su tercer presidente, excelentísimo doctor HAGE Geingob, las cuales hago extensivas a sus familiares. En este momento de profundo dolor, permítame mencionar una frase del héroe nacional de Cuba, José Martí, y cito: la muerte no es verdad cuando se ha cumplido bien la obra de la vida. Fin de la cita. El querido compañero Geingob demostró con creces a lo largo de su fructífera existencia su vocación de sacrificio por su país y por otras causas justas en el mundo. Por eso Cuba, como país latinoafricano, celebra hoy junto a ustedes su extraordinaria vida. Despedimos a un indiscutible líder africano desde la inserción en 1990 de la Namibia independiente en el panorama político mundial. El doctor Geingob defendió con pasión el derecho de África suboccidental primero y de Namibia después a forjarse como nación independiente y soberana, y supo ponerse vehementemente al racismo y al oprobioso régimen del apartheid. Junto al padre fundador de la nación, Dr. Nujoma, el fallecido líder contribuyó a cimentar la proyección internacional de Namibia, al ubicarla en el grupo de naciones africanas de vanguardia en defensa del desarrollo de los pueblos del tercer mundo y de África en particular por la igualdad y la justicia.
Director of Ceremony, His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, Founding Father of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia. Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, and Heads of Delegations. Her Excellency, Madam Monica Geingob, and her distinguished family. Dear people of Namibia, it's with deep sorrow that I extend to you the most heartfelt and sincere condolences from Cuban Communist Party, from the leader of the revolution, Raúl Castro Ruz, from the President, Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez, and from the government and Cuban people, to Swapo and to government and people of the sister Republic of Namibia, in occasion of the passing of his third president, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, which I extend to his family. In this moment of profound pain, allow me to evoke a phrase of Cuban national hero José Martí, and I quote, "Death is not true when the work of life has been well accomplished," end of the quote. Dear Comrade Geingob largely demonstrated throughout his fruitful life his calling of sacrifice for his country and for other just causes in the world. That's why Cuba, as a Latin African country, celebrates today with you his extraordinary life. On this day, we bid farewell to an undisputed African leader since he in 1990 accepted the independent Namibia in the international political scene. Dr. Geingob defended with passion the right of Southwest Africa and especially Namibia to forge as an independent sovereign nation, and he knew how to vehemently oppose to racism and to opprobrious apartheid regime. Along with founding father of the nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma, late leader, contributed to consolidate the international protection of Namibia, placing her in the group of African nations of avant-garde in defense of equality, justice, and development of the people of the Third World and Africa in particular.
Maestro de ceremonia, Cuba, situada a miles de kilómetros de Namibia, tenía la obligación moral de estar presente en esta despedida a uno de sus más fieles amigos en la tierra de los bravos, como reza en una estrofa del himno nacional de este hermoso país. Con especial afecto, él forjó una amistad perdurable con los principales líderes de la Revolución Cubana, en particular con el comandante en jefe Fidel Castro Ruz, con el líder de la Revolución Cubana, Raúl Castro Ruz, y en los años más recientes con el presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel. Como dirigente de la Swapo, se desplazó en reiteradas ocasiones al frente de batalla en Angola, donde las Fuerzas Armadas Populares de Liberación de ese país, el Ejército Popular de Liberación de Namibia y las tropas internacionalistas cubanas lucharon contra el ejército sudafricano de aquel entonces. En fecha más reciente, y siendo presidente del país, el doctor Geingob pronunció en la Plaza de la Revolución de La Habana palabras muy sentidas en ocasión de las honras fúnebres del líder histórico de la Revolución Cubana, agradeciendo al pueblo cubano y en especial a Fidel por la liberación de Namibia. En recíproco y merecido gesto de gratitud, desde que se conoció de su deceso, Cuba ha rendido honores al compañero Geingob, quien, desde sus diferentes cargos políticos y gubernamentales, exhibió una postura valiente, firme, independiente y solidaria hacia la Revolución Cubana, en contra del cerco económico que nos ha sido impuesto por más de 60 años y también para paliar las consecuencias de fenómenos naturales y otros eventos adversos que nos han afectado, además de sus acciones en favor del bienestar de nuestro pueblo y por la consolidación de la cooperación bilateral en diferentes sectores.
Director of Ceremony, President Nangolo Mbumba, dignitaries, Cuba, located thousands of miles from Namibia, had the moral obligation of being present in this farewell to one of his most faithful friends in the land of the brave, as he says a verse of the national anthem of this beautiful country. With a special affection, he forged a friendship long-lasting with the main leaders of the revolution in Cuba, in particular with Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro Ruz, with the leader of the revolution, Raúl Castro Ruz, and in more recent years with the President Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez. As a Swapo leader, he traveled in several occasions to the battlefront in Angola, where the Popular Armed Forces for the Liberation of that country, the Popular Army of Liberation of Namibia, and the Cuban Internationalist troops were fighting against the South African Army at the time. In a more recent moment, and as a president, he pronounced in the Square of Revolution in Havana a very heartfelt words in occasion of the funeral service of the historical leader of the revolution, always grateful towards the Cuban people and especially towards Fidel for Namibia's liberation. In a reciprocal and well-deserved gesture of gratitude, since the very moment we knew of his passing, Cuba has rendered honors to Comrade Geingob, who from different political and governmental positions always showed a brave, firm, independent and solidary posture towards the Cuban Revolution and against the economic siege imposed to us for over 60 years. He did it also to reduce the consequences of natural disasters and other adverse events that has affected us, in addition to his actions in favor of the well-being of our people and in favor of the consolidation of bilateral cooperation in several areas.
La hermosa historia que unió el presidente Geingob con nuestro país le ha valido el calificativo de amigo entrañable del pueblo cubano y de su revolución, y por tanto, merecedor de las dos condecoraciones más importantes que otorga la República de Cuba. Primero, en 1995, siendo primer ministro, Fidel le impuso la Orden Carlos Manuel de Céspedes. Luego, en virtud del decreto presidencial número 452 del 1 de julio del 2022, el presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel le otorgó la Orden Nacional José Martí, distinción que no pudo recibir en vida y de la que soy portador para entregarle a su viuda de manera póstuma. Jamás olvidaremos a nuestros amigos y Namibia y Geingob han sabido serlo. Un baobab ha caído, pero su ejemplo se multiplicará en los jóvenes que encarnan el futuro y que harán de Namibia un mejor país como él lo soñó. Muchas gracias.
The beautiful history that brought President Geingob and our country together has earned him the title of enduring friend of the Cuban people and his revolution, and therefore worthy of the two most important decorations granted by our country. First, in 1995, while he was Prime Minister, Fidel bestowed him with the Order of Carlos Manuel de Céspedes. Then, in virtue of the Presidential Decree number 452 of July 1st, 2022, President Miguel Díaz-Canel bestowed with the Order of José Martí, a distinction he couldn't receive in life and of which I am bearer to deliver to his widow posthumously. We will never forget our friends, and Namibia and Geingob has been one of those friends. A baobab has fallen, but his example will multiply in the young people who embody the future and who will make of Namibia a better country as he dreamed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, compañero Hernandez, for your very beautiful delivery. Thank you. The next speaker will be His Excellency Zhang Zhoyun, Vice Chairperson of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference of the People's Republic of China, Your Excellency.
尊敬的摩本巴总统阁下，尊敬的各国和各国际地方组织领导人，各位贵宾、女士们、先生们
Your Excellency, President Ngolo Mbumba, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and heads of international and regional organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
今夕戈根布总统不幸逝世，中国政府和人民深感悲痛。我作为习近平主席的特使，代表中国政府和人民，向纳米比亚政府和人民以及戈根布总统的亲属致以深切的哀悼和诚挚的慰问。
In shock and disbelief, we heard the heartbreaking news of the passing of President Geingob. The government and people of China are deeply saddened. As the special envoy of President Xi Jinping, and on behalf of the government and people of China, I want to extend our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the government and people of Namibia and President Geingob's family.
戈根布总统是纳米比亚杰出领导人，为纳米比亚独立解放和发展振兴做出了巨大贡献。过去近10年来，在戈根布总统领导下，纳米比亚社会稳定、经济发展、民生改善，各领域都取得了瞩目的成就。
President Geingob is an extraordinary statesman of Namibia who has made great contribution to the independence, liberation, and development of Namibia. In the last nearly 10 years, under the leadership of President Geingob, Namibia enjoyed a stable society, economic development, and the improvement of people's livelihood, with achievements for all to see in all sectors.
戈根布总统致力促进国际和地区和平与解放事业，深受非洲和国际社会的尊重。在他的领导下，纳米比亚高举放非主义旗帜，积极推动非洲团结和一体化建设，在国际事务中坚持公道立场，捍卫国际公平和正义。
President Geingob is committed to promoting international and regional peace and development, and is deeply respected by Africa and the international community. Under His Excellency's leadership, Namibia held high the banner of Pan-Africanism, actively promoted solidarity and integration of Africa. And on international affairs, it always safeguarded international justice and fairness.
戈根布总统是中国人民的好朋友，他生前高度重视发展对华关系，曾
多次访华，推动中纳全面战略合作伙伴关系深入发展，为促进中纳中非友谊倾注了大量心血，做出了重要贡献。
President Geingob is a great friend of the Chinese people. In his lifetime, President Geingob attached great importance to developing relations with China and made several visits to China, promoting in-depth development of the comprehensive, strategic, and cooperative relations between China and Namibia. With devotion, President Geingob made a vital contribution in promoting China, Namibia, and China-Africa friendship.
在这悲痛的时候，中国人民和纳米比亚人民坚定地站在一起。
At this difficult moment, the people of China stand firmly with the people of Namibia.
中方相信，纳米比亚人民一定会继承和发扬戈根布总统的遗志，在国家建设和民族振兴的道路上阔步前进，不断取得新的成就。
We believe that the people of Namibia will carry on the mission of President Geingob, making strides in national construction and revitalization, constantly scoring new achievement.
中方愿同纳方一道努力，持续深化两国人民的友谊和各领域的合作，推动双边关系取得更大的发展。谢谢。
China is ready to work with Namibia and will continue to deepen the friendship between our peoples and cooperation in all fields, promoting greater development for our bilateral relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your tribute. I would like to invite Senator Godswill Akpablo, President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Senate, sir.
Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of Namibia, President Nagolo Mumba, Your Excellency, the wife of the immediate past President, whom we are gathered here today to honor, Mrs. Monica Geingob, Your Excellencies, all the presidents, former presidents, distinguished personalities across the world who are here today in Namibia, the great people of Namibia,
who are here in their number, I bring you fraternal greetings from Nigeria, a country of just 250 million people. Our dear President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, empaneled a team of which I'm the head, currently the chairman of the National Assembly, Senate President, and I also chair the two chambers of the National Assembly. He sent a strong delegation made up of the Minister of Special Duties, Intergovernmental Affairs, his special advisor on political affairs, and of course, I'm accompanied by some of my senators who are here in this gathering today. So I read the message of Mr. President. But just before then, as I arrived in Namibia, I was surprised to meet a few of my former classmates in Federal Government College, Port Harcourt, who are Namibians and who are also mourning today. Nigeria happens to be one of those states that form the frontline states that assisted greatly in the struggle for the independence of Namibia, assisted strongly in the struggle for the liberation of South Africa, and assisted strongly in the liberation of Angola, very far away in West Africa. So we are sharing today the pains of the demise of this great icon and hero. Of course, Nigeria had in the past supported Swapo, your ruling political party, with materials and human development to achieve its objective of ensuring the freedom of the good people of Namibia. We granted scholarships to train a lot of Namibians, some of whom I've met since my arrival, in the 1970s and the 1980s. We supported Namibia to develop its manpower immediately after the independence, post-independence. We helped to achieve a lot of manpower for this country through technical aid program in the area of education, healthcare, and other endeavors. And this, you can imagine that when we heard the sad news of the demise of this great icon, a hero, a patriot, a Pan-Africanist, our country also felt the sadness, and we are sad equally. And so my president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, empaneled a strong team to be here in Namibia to condole with the president, the good people of Namibia, the bereaved family, and the entire citizens. So I'll just proceed to read his short address. On behalf of myself and the good people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I extend my deepest condolences to you and to the good people of the Republic of Namibia for the sad passing of our dear brother, His Excellency President Dr. Hage Geingob. Our thoughts and prayers remain with you, his family members, and the good people of Namibia in these very difficult times. May the strength of your nation, exemplified in your national anthem, the Lion of the Braves, and the grace of God Almighty provide comfort and solace in the face of this tragic loss. The people of Nigeria, in their numbers, stand in solidarity with you, Namibians, in this moment and beyond this moment. As I commiserate once more with you and the good people of your great nation, the Republic of Namibia, please accept, Your Excellency, the assurances of my sincere and personal regards in this loss. This is signed by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States. It's directed to His Excellency Nagolo Mumba and the good people of Namibia. May I just point out also, Your Excellency, as I depart, that in our midst also, we have great Nigerians, including the former president of our country, His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo, who was one time head of state in the 70s. And of course, you can tell the story of the relationship between Nigeria and Namibia, and was also elected president for about 8 years in the civilian regime from 1999. He's in our midst today with a lot of other Nigerians, but the soul of our icon, a Pan-Africanist and a brave man, rests in perfect peace.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the tribute from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Your Excellencies, Head of States and Government, Your Excellencies, I would like to acknowledge the arrival of His Excellency, President Hakainde Hichilema of the Republic of Zambia. He has just arrived. Welcome, Your Excellency. I now would like to invite Honorable Thulisile Dladla, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Your Excellency.
His Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica, Geingob, children, grandchildren, and the entire family. His Excellency, Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, and Madam Nujoma. His Excellency, Dr. Pohamba, second president, and Madam Pohamba, heads of state, government, and other foreign dignitaries. Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and of the Swapo Party. Fellow mourners, we have been delegated by His Majesty King Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, together with His Royal Highness Prince Simelane and the Minister for Public Service, to bring his heartfelt condolences to the people of Namibia. Your Excellency, in the wake of the passing of His Excellency, Dr. Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, it is with profound sorrow that His Majesty King Mswati III, the King of the Kingdom of Eswatini, extends his heartfelt condolences to the people of Namibia, the Southern African Development Community, the African Union, and all those affected by this profound loss. The President's legacy as a statesman, visionary leader, and champion of democracy resonates deeply not only with within the borders of Namibia, but across the African continent and beyond. His unwavering dedication to the advancement of his nation, coupled with his steadfast commitment to regional cooperation and global solidarity, leaves an enduring imprint on the pages of our history. Throughout his tenure, President Geingob's leadership epitomized integrity, compassion, and a tireless pursuit of justice and equality for all Namibians. His inclusive governance style and the unwavering advocacy for social justice and economic empowerment have served as guiding beacons for nations aspiring toward progress and prosperity. In the realms of diplomacy and international relations, President Geingob's voice echoed with authority, advocating for the collective aspirations of African nations on the global stage. His wisdom, foresight, and unwavering dedication to the principles of peace and cooperation have been instrumental in shaping a more harmonious and interconnected world. As we mourn the loss of a distinguished leader and statesman, let us also celebrate the profound impact of President Geingob's life and legacy. His indomitable spirit, courage, and unwavering commitment to the service of his nation and humanity serve as a timeless inspiration for generations to come. During this moment of reflection and remembrance, may the people of Namibia find solace in the enduring legacy of President Geingob's remarkable life and contributions. May his memory continue to inspire hope, unity, and resilience among all who have been touched by his vision and leadership. In this time of sorrow, Madam Monica, let us reaffirm our commitment to upholding the values and principles that President Geingobbe held dear. Let us honor his memory by embracing the ideals of peace and social justice that he championed throughout his illustrious life. His Majesty King Mswati III, Her Majesty the Queen Mother, and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini join the international community in mourning the loss of a remarkable leader and extends our deepest sympathies to the family, the people of Namibia, the government, and of course to you, Mr. President, during the time of grief and reflection. May his soul rest in peace, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the befitting tribute. Thank you. I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Minister in the Presidency, for Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, the Republic of South Africa. Honorable Zuma.
Director, Your Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba, and First Lady, the Excellency Vice President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, and former President of Namibia, President Nujoma and President Pohamba, our dear sister Monica Geingob and family, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, fellow members, allow me to stand on the protocol already established. I stand here before you on behalf of our President, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the government and the people of South Africa, to pay homage to a friend of South Africa, a Pan-Africanist, a comrade in arms who fought side by side with us in the quest of freedom, justice, and dignity. The people of South Africa, of the continent and the world, are in pain at the departure of Dr. Hage Geingob from our midst. Not long ago, in October 2023, President Ramaphosa led a delegation of 13 ministers who came to Namibia for a binational commission, used this occasion to reflect on the existing strong bilateral cooperation and reaffirmed our historic bonds of friendship, solidarity, good neighborliness, whose foundations were cemented in struggle. Dr. Geingob offered so much to the people of Namibia, of our region, the continent, and the world. He believed in peace and shared prosperity, and was unflinching in pursuit of the Pan-Africanist ideals. So as we celebrate the life of this remarkable leader, diplomat, academic with a sharp intellect, I think we must honor his memory by making sure that we change this African paradox of a rich Africa and poor Africans. He believed in shared prosperity and peace. And of course, there can never be peace without development. But there can't be development without peace. Those two things must be dealt with. We must be a continent that manufactures, but also he is the one who honed and sharpened the skills of Namibians before they came back to Namibia. And we must follow his example by having a skills revolution in Africa, so that there is no young person in Africa who doesn't have a skill. So if we did that, we would be truly honoring this brave fighter who served the people selflessly. But to our sister Monica Geingob, the children, the family, our deepest condolences to you and to the country as a whole. But I think you should take pride in the fact that you surrendered this son of the soil to the noble service, to the noble cause of serving the country and serving humanity. And that he did that. He served with discipline, with integrity, with dedication, and with compassion. And I think that you should take comfort in that. To our brother, our comrade, please rest in eternal peace. You have now joined the galaxy of our heroes and heroines. Not only the heroes and heroines of Namibia, but you have joined the galaxy of the heroes and heroines of our continent. And we promise that we shall draw lessons from your enduring legacy and continue to serve our people with dedication, with discipline, with integrity, and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Dlamini Zuma, for that tribute. I now would like to invite His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, to present his tribute. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Let me recognize President Nangolo Mbumba, President of Namibia, your Vice President of Namibia, President Nujoma, President Pohamba,